Test. Test the mic. Sibilance. Serendipitous, slippery, salamander, seek, shelter. Sibilance sounds alright. How's my peas? Are they popping today? A little bit of the pea pop there. Alright, I gotta switch out headsets. Fix that. Looks okay. Let's transition on into the show. What's my latency looking like? Yeah, about 10 seconds. Sounds about right. Well, howdy folks, and welcome back to another Hobby Corner workflow hobby stream. It's not the workflow live streams. Those are over there at the computer. More hearable now. Yeah, I think adjusting the mic, pulling it out, made it a little better. Howdy and welcome, Iron Elemental. Howdy and welcome, another Nate. Always glad to see happy, friendly faces in here, and another one of these things. I just realized I left my tripod across the room. Let me grab that real quick. See if I can't reach it. There we go. All right. So, today I am indeed working on some Games Workshop stuff. And that is something that I didn't think I was going to do on the channel and was not too keen on. I don't want to be every other channel. I don't want to sell out to the James Workshop. But this is a collaborative video between myself and Peganeko. If y'all don't know about Peganeko, she does some fantastic content here on YouTube. Friendly cat VTuber situation. Really good stuff. Fun videos. But we're doing a collaboration, a mini challenge. I challenged her to paint some Infinity, and I have been challenged in return to paint some Games Workshop. And of course, the Games Workshop in question, as voted by the community, is this happy little Skink Starseer, which I'll get to in just a second once I get this filming device set up. All right, we got some skits planned out. We got some shots storyboarded, and we'll both release a video on the topic. But today, we're looking at this here Seraphon Skink Starseer. Been a long while since I've put together any kind of GW kit. How's that? The camera's in there. That light's in the way a little bit. Looks, that's the best I can do. But yeah, we're gonna get into this thing and do a proper plastic kit, which I haven't done in a long while. Generally not a huge fan of plastic. I understand all the positive aspects of it, all the reasons why one would want to do plastic, but I love the heft of metal. I prefer metal. Resin's alright, but it still has the same problem as being, too light. Actually, I suppose I would rather have styrene over resin. But I would much rather Much rather metal over anything. Especially those old models. I like lead era stuff. Am I worried about ingesting lead? No. I don't eat my models. But it all is a callback to being a young me and seeing my dad's fabulous collection of ancient D&D models. The best toys ever, and not being allowed to touch them. You know, because I was a child. Okay, let's get started with this here thingamabob, this little lizardy boy, Skink Starseer. I really don't know if there's any options for it, but I'm gonna paint it up to look neat. Looks like there's, wow, they've really. I tell you, these instruction manuals have changed a lot since the last I've seen a GW one. This is pretty intense, actually. Alright, so there's a couple options, it looks like, and the options are on the Skink itself. Got some options here for like some stuff coming down, and there's a choice on the little Skinky boy himself, which we'll keep that separate, of course. Not sure what's going on here. One is seated. Oh, I've got to do the seated one. Just seems more appropriate. After a few Gundams, the GW kits felt like such a tedious hassle. Oh yeah. I'm so spoiled by Infinity. It's just like two parts that you glue together. Looking at this and checking out these sprues for what amounts to, you know, a single model on a 50mm base. I can see where this is intimidating and people would dislike it. Okay. Anyhow, let's get started. Another Nate says, I was unfortunately a victim of the satanic panic and wasn't allowed to even know about Dungeons & Dragons until I moved out. That is super unfortunate. And actually, that reminds me, I do have a little bit of show and tell today. I was going through old collection of old books, and I found some stuff. I found some neat stuff. It wouldn't be a Country Fried live stream without sidetracking into this kind of nonsense. But I was given a giant box of Dragon magazines. I've nearly a complete collection from like, it's like 82 to 87 or something. But in that collection were these 1980 TSR Dungeons and Dragons basic and advanced rules. I was thinking it might be fun to run these and give people a taste on a Tabletop Tuesday as to what D&D used to be before it lost its soul, before it became this power fantasy that it is modern D&D. I think you really lose something in the modern system in that your characters become so powerful and also become basically unkillable. Old school D&D had save versus death. Anyhow, that's enough of that. Those will maybe make another appearance at some point on the channel on a TTRPG Tuesday. But without further ado, I think we're going to get started on this little boy. I'm confused. Choose the variant you want to build. There's variants. Variants. I don't see the difference. This is part, Lord knows. Who knows what part? It's either part 4. God, this is outrageous. I'm already very confused. 1A, 1A. I don't see a difference between these two options, honestly. Cleaned up a bit of my storage last week. Found a nice old untouched metal mini Harry the Hammer from the 25-year Warhammer anniversary thing. That is fabulous. I do love a good fantasy model. Another Nate says, old D&D had THAC0 as well. I can still think in THAC0. Yeah, it's... I still think it's interesting system. I can't say it's a better system than the modern D20, just going for the number, but it's functionally, you know, the same. Just, I don't know, feels more crunchy, feels more appropriate to the game. All right, so I think we're looking at 4 and 5 or 2 and 3. What is the difference between these? 4 and 5. This one's got like Aztec style filigree, and it's got the markings of the stars. And then 2 and 3, this also has the star markings. Okay, so this one has like regular intervals, and this has fun lines, and then this one is the filigree style stuff, and this is this like keystone pattern. I like the motion that this one creates a lot more. Plus, I'm really thinking that we're going to do a lot of this in contrast, and the contrast will highlight out these little details better than that one. So a decision has been made, and first we're going with green option 1A. Interesting that these are both 1A. Okay. Anyhow, let's get a swig of coffee and get to clipping. So first we're going to need part 2 and 1. And I need a few supplies. So we've got our clippers, we've got our hobby knife, and let me get out a couple files. I got my army painter files. I actually rather enjoy these files. They're a little more expensive than what you'd get at the hardware store, but I don't know. They're nicely built. They feel heavy duty, and I don't know. I trust the Army Painter brand for most products they do. Okay. I forgot also I'm filming this, so I should probably be filming this. Okay. Let's get out the cell phone. Go back to camera. Pro video. We're gonna look at these, gesture at the camera, try to capture my confusion from earlier. All right. That'll be a fun shot. And what are we working with? We're working with 2 and 3. So now we'll have this next shot here with 2 and 3 and show the camera a few tools. Hobby knife, clippers, files. rules. All right, now I can actually start. Now that I've remembered to start filming it. Because this is going to be a video after all. And we're aiming, ideally, for this next Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, to get this one out. So I need to get this done in a hurry. The Octavia video's been kicked back a little bit. I've been a little overwhelmed with assignments in school, as well as some personal woes as of late. So, yeah, content has been slow, and for that I apologize. However, that said, once I'm through school, y'all can expect regular content. I'm intending on growing to the point of, trying to do this full time. I've made some decent coin off of the commissions. I've got a little savings set aside. So hopefully, fingers crossed, on the other side of this degree, should be able to start doing this full time. Which will mean, I don't know, a bi-weekly video release schedule, something like that. I've got so many projects to get out and get done. We might even open a little web store and start selling dioramas and the whatnot. Because, I live in a studio, so they take up a tremendous amount of space. Hardware store files are too smooth. Okay, good to know. Another Nate. Iron Element GW instructions quite frequently have typos in the part number, or forget that other mixes of parts can sometimes fit too. Got to dry fit everything. Excellent tips. It's been a long while since I put together a GW kit. I've kind of sworn off a GW. I don't agree with their pricing logic. I think that they're a big enough company that they really should be looking at doing what they can to reduce cost to the consumer, especially in this new, buy our current models and don't convert nothing attitude that they have these days. Honestly, if they made affordable kits, then the market for third-party alternatives and conversion bits wouldn't be as massive. Plus, expensive because it's expensive is their literal position. Their CEO was quoted as saying something along the lines of, our kits are priced high so that our customers perceive them as premium products. So they're expensive because they're expensive. Which is just, it's awful. Although I did see, I want to say it was a Midwinter Minis video, kind of examining the costs. And if you adjust for inflation, technically some of their kits have gotten cheaper over the years. But it sure doesn't feel it. I mean, hell, this little guy was kind of icky feeling. It was 50 USD for this little guy. Let's see, this actual size, that big, which felt so bad. Of course, when I think GW, my mind is always going back to when I first started, circa 2001, 2002-ish. And back then, a Land Raider was $50. Of course, that was 2 decades ago. So, adjusting for inflation, I think they're actually cheaper now. Anyhow, let's make some progress. I'm not sure exactly how far the stream will go tonight. How much we'll get done. I'm definitely aiming for assembly and priming. Iron Elemental, about files. I got a set of needle files from an art supply store meant for smoothing, soft stone sculpting. Those are not neat for plastic, resin, soft metal minis too. That is a excellent tip. Oftentimes there are some really fantastic supplies in the art store realm that will really enhance your hobby experience. Okay, we're looking at this thing with the inner ring into part 1, and it should slot smoothly onto this little tab right here. Let's give it a little test fit. All right, yeah, that looks good. That feels right. Okay, I get to play with plastic glue today. So let's get out our Mr. Cement S. I do not have Tamiya extra thin, but this should work just fine. I don't know how long this stuff takes to dry, but we're going to put on some solvent and yeah, plastic weld these parts together. I think this is probably the best part of working with styrene, honestly. And if we have any need for it during this process, I also have a big old jar full of sprue goo up on the shelf. So let's weld these parts together.
Access granted.
Anyhow, this, I realize, is going to be a long process. Seconds. Okay. Thank you, another Nate. I'm definitely not trying to take forever on this bit. Alright. Does this thing have an orientation it wants to sit at? They assemble it like this piece up. Alright, so see if I can't make this work. I tell y'all, working in plastic again feels so very foreign. And I've put together a lot of plastic kits over the years. My first army for Warhammer, 40K I should say, was the Tau. And I got into 40K when the Tau were released, so it's kind of awesome. There's a lot of hype for them. Got to enjoy that Fire Warrior video game. Got the chapter approved issue where they introduced that character. What was his name? Case. As a playable model. They introduced the rail rifle. Oh, this is going poorly. This is going poorly. I've already screwed up. That needs to go here. There we go. And you know, back then I didn't use plastic cement at all. It doesn't bond instantly. It's because you use too much. Okay. Good to know. I suppose I'm overcompensating with the amount I'm using to ensure permanency in it. Last time I used this stuff was to repair the front bezel on my laptop. And I ended up melting down a bunch of styrene to kind of rebuild a big old crack on the front. Okay. There we go. That is step... We've made it 3 panels into this construction process here. I don't know how much of this I'm actually going to film, or I don't know how much I'm actually going to use in the process during the video, but you know, it doesn't hurt to film everything. All right. Let's work on getting rid of these connection points. Honestly, you know, in my mind, this project was going to be a lot quicker, a lot more simple. And I guess that is reflective of how long it's been since I've put together a GW kit. The intricacies of these kits is insane now. Another Nate says, tack it with a single drop, hold a literal second, then flood the joint. Capillary action will draw the solvent to where it's needed. That is a great tip. Thank you much. Tack weld and then beat it up. Smooth out these connection points. Dry fit. And then, yeah, we go from there. Wow. That is a tight fit. Well, you know, the press fit has that on there really firm, so I think I'm just gonna weld these seams. I gotta admit, the precision involved in these parts is pretty intense. As much smack as I want to talk on GW, you can tell they've been in the business for a long, long time. Just based on the engineering that's gone into these. If anything, I think that might be the most impressive aspect of these kits. It's just the crazy engineering. I mean, that said, they've lost a lot of character and spirit by being these immaculate digital feats of engineering. But damn, is it impressive that these things fit so tightly. The tolerances are insane. If it's already tight, flood it right away. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Is this what my channel has become? All thanks to one video. I made it okay with a single series of schoolyard jokes. I wasn't wrong when I claimed that dripping white goop onto the Catgirl sticker was exactly what the community wants. This is where we live now. Expect more of it. I can already tell that these seams really are gonna want a bit of gap filling. So I'm trying to overcompensate with the cement here and smooth them over. I mean, it's a tight seam, but it'll definitely show up with some paint on it. All right. We have the first half of one bead. Countrified innuendo. Yes, indeed. Until you see a fairly simple €30 Gundam kit, GW Tech feels really medieval, and their claims of the best models fall flat. Yeah, the Gundam kits are insane. Adam Savage did a episode putting a Gundam kit together, and he talks about the engineering of it, and it's just it's absolutely mind-blowing. The precision involved with Gunpla. That said, I had this idea to do some Gunpla stuff towards the end of the year, maybe even a Secret Santa exchange in the Discord. I think it could be fun. The other thing that crossed my mind was to do some Gundam Wing era HG kits and do a challenge for that. I think you can get them for like $20-30 now, even through eBay retailers. I think it could be a lot of fun to paint up some classic models. Get a little bit of that nostalgia, which is what I'm always going for. A €250 kit, but much of the tech remains the same. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. The Gundam kits that have like multiple colors on the same sprue. The amount of detail they put in parts that you're never gonna see again is wild. Last one I put together was a 1/100 scale. I can't remember the grade. The 1/100 scale Gundam Heavy Arms, and I slapped it together and glued it in position and put it on the large oval base to use as a Night Titan for my Space Marine force, which, you know, is not a Space Marine unit, but during the edition I was playing, you could take it as an allied detachment. I want to say it was 6th edition, maybe 7th. I haven't played in a while. GW got me with 8th and 9th. I bought the books and I just never played. And those editions just passed right by. And I felt got. So I have not invested in 10th ed, nor do I intend to play 10th ed. In fact, I intend to play 3rd edition and 2nd edition at this point. Another Nate, those panels could be removed and those inner bits could be seen. Yeah, indeed they can. Unless you glue it in position like I did. Iron Elemental HGs are usually around 15-20 locally. If you're doing a community thing on those, I'll grab one and go to town. Yeah, it'll be super fun. I'll do a post about it as we get closer to the end of the month. I'd love to feature some folks' work on a video about Gunpla. I'll try my best to get at least some input from Millennial Model Mayhem on it. If y'all are familiar with his channel, you should definitely check it out. Let me do an audio test real quick. Got to switch back to the other headset briefly. Audio test, audio test, audio test, audio test, audio test. All right, levels sound all right. So, my recording setup here is not really great for having playback as to what's going on. So I've got my wireless headset. I'm actually running the stream connection over on the workstation over there. And then I've got the OBS running here, and I've got my chat open on a phone that's mounted to the wall. So we're using 3 devices to get this to work. Another Nate says, I totally built a Gundam. You know, I think I might be down to sponsor a few folks for this. I'll put a post in the Discord about it. But yeah, I wouldn't mind investing, a couple $100 and getting folks in on it. Send them some of the old Gundam Wing kits. I think the point is that they're shittier kits, or that's a strong term, less high quality kits, and I'm really interested in seeing what folks can do with that. If some clever panel lining and paint jobs can really tip them over the edge. I think it'll be really fun. Okay, so we're now on part number 10. I should probably have this in the shot. Part number 10 will fit snugly like that. So you say just a dab of glue, which will tack it in place. I used too much already. And then flood the joint. Oh man. Games Workshop. Not really a fan anymore, but they're still a guilty pleasure of mine. That said, I did pick up the 2nd edition starter box to paint up. I've got a couple of their Space Marine Adventure box games to paint up. I did pick up the Slimux Horticloppy, whatever it's called, the big slug. I feel the same on editions of 40k. I started in 3rd, life got in the way during 6th, so I haven't played that. 7th was still kind of fine. 8th lost me. 9th and 10th, I can't be bothered anymore. Yeah. Well, the beauty is those old rule books are still out there. And if you can find someone to play with, they're still just as valid. I've been kind of feeling around to play some 3rd edition. And then I saw... Damn, I can't remember the channel. There's a guy who does some really fantastic 2nd edition Warhammer content. He did some bat reps after painting up his in like box art colors. Have been really fun. Heck, I'd trade you a Hexa cube for a Gundam to play with. I would love some cube. Another Nate, I think I'll hit you up on the Discord about that. We can arrange a model exchange. Iron Elemental, I have a horribly mad Gundam kit, Goof Custom from 2001, horrible weak construction and ugly rubber hands. I actually painted him a few years ago. I'll throw his pics in the Discord later. Yeah, that'd be fabulous. I do enjoy some Gunpla, though I'm definitely very amateur in that regard. Never really put much effort into it. But, after painting the bigger scale battletech models, I think some of those techniques would go really well on some Gundam. See if I could do some like gritty, grimy, heavily weathered stuff instead of clean panel lines and whatnot. Horticulus Slimux, yes. I did pick up Horticulus Slimux, which looks... I have no interest in actually playing Age of Sigmar. I'm fundamentally opposed to its very existence, actually. I think it's a slap in the face to fantasy players. But you know, GW's kind of known for giving slaps in the face. Just look at Primaris Marines. As a longtime Space Marine player, I'm talking 2001, like, kind of right at the beginning of 3rd edition. Or, you know, right after the beginning of 3rd edition is when I got into it. Space Marines have been replaced with this Primaris nonsense that just flies in the face of lore. They promised us for years whispers of true scale Space Marines. And when they finally did it, they made up this Primaris BS and sold Space Marine players, what, 4, 5 new armor types? There's Primaris, there's Gravis, there's Phobos. I feel like there's something else. But it's like, you know, what about my Space Marines? They're kind of shelved. Actually painted him a few years ago. I'll throw his pics in the Discord later. The Slimux painted up? Or the Goof Custom? Haven't painted that Godplow that was about the snag. Okay, I see. It's right there. I just read the text. Primaris sums up all that's wrong with GW at the moment. Yeah, I really like... when Primaris first came out, I changed the banner on my homebrew chapter to be a portrait of Belisarius Belisarius Cawl with a big X through it. And at that point, I insisted on playing with the smallest kits that were available. I've got the 2nd edition Space Marines still on 25mm bases. I've got 2nd edition Land Speeders on those oval bike bases on flight stands. So they're official GW stands and kits, just, you know, to spite this trend towards new Space Marines. Okay, so I think from here I'm going to do step 1C, and then we'll jump back on filming to glue this together. That way I can, you know, work at a decent clip here. I am... Y'all, dude, this is so overwhelming. This is not what I was expecting jumping into this project today. I thought that this would be wham bam, thank you Sam, and put it together and throw some primer on it and already be painting. Already be priming at least. How far in are we? We're 48 minutes in and I've got 4 steps. No, I've got 2 steps done. This is absurd. Age of Sigmar is kind of fun for me. Personally, never cared for the square bases mechanics. Fantasy feels good and smaller skirmishes to me too. I think that, yeah, I think you have a valid point there, and I'm sure that's why they made the change. I was actually in the process of putting together an Ogre's Force for fantasy, for the old fantasy, the block style, which to me it was all about that movement. It was the wheeling and the thinking ahead to protect your flanks and take advantage of the opponent's situation. That was fantasy to me. And well, it's not really that anymore. It's become a skirmish game. It's just it's Warhammer 40K Fantasy Edition. Of course, that's just my stick in the mud attitude about it. You should have asked what's the tedious pain sinks in hard. Yeah, this is insanity. But that's fine. This will probably become a assembly and priming and maybe some base coats. And well, depending on how far we get into it, I might just launch another stream tomorrow. Which, I've got to get it done because I've got to get this filmed and edited for a release this next weekend. Oh, come on, Kit. Stay on my tweezers. There we go. Get this video out so we can get on the next one. And then, of course, I've got the stuff filmed for Octavia Grimm's daughter. Oh, no, come on. I've got the stuff filmed for the little battle buddy. I've got the urban mech filmed. I'm actually way ahead on footage. Just need to get caught up. Caught up on the editing. And it's been school that's kind of slowing me down. I'm behind in some of my courses, and yeah, that's been in the way of getting stuff done. In fact, I think I may have a test to do today. In fact, I've just been hit with a sense of panic. I need to check that. Iron Elemental, tomorrow I can't watch live, but I'll find it through the algorithm. No pressure at all. I'm hoping, ideally, I'll finish this today. Ooh, boy, feeling hot. How much time do I have for this test? Okay. Whew, thank goodness. I have till the 17th to finish it. I don't know why, but the 14th just stuck out in my head. And yeah, it's not a fun feeling. It is actually my midterm in one of my courses. So, major and significant portion of the grade. Okay. Part 11. On there. Do a little more melting. A little more adhesion. I'm kind of wondering if it would be better to tack it with a tiny bit of super glue and then use the bonding, but then the super glue would get in the way of the plastic welding. Probably some other commitment you forgot about. Yeah, probably. I should really start writing things down on a calendar, but I'm negligent. Okay. So we got the little part 11 on. Now we want to do the same thing on the other side with 12. And that's right here. Why? This is insanity. Absolute insanity. This kit. I mean, honestly, this, to some degree, makes me think a little bit more critically about the price point. Is it more about you're paying for what you get, or you're paying for the engineering that's gone into it? Okay, so this is exactly the same deal, but facing outwards from there. So we'll do the same again. Grab this little feller, and I think we'll try a little bit of cement here to try the tack it in place technique. Okay. That tacked on smoothly. Thank you very much, another Nate. That is your tip of the tiny drop. Absolutely made it work. Of course, now that I'm flooding the surface, I'm a little concerned it might be, you know, unseating it again. But I want it on there. I want it bonded. I want the two parts to become one. So that when I invariably drop it later, it doesn't come apart. Oop, I'm out of frame too, sorry. Okay, that is part number 12 in place. What's next? We've got 13 and 14. They look like they're going to slot in real smoothly too. So we want 13 and 14. 13, 14. We'll start with 13. All right. Get out the file. Get rid of this connection point. Make sure I'm in frame. Tell you, that's one of the toughest parts of trying to do this right. I don't have a good I don't have a great monitor to see what I'm doing. I don't have a good size screen to check out. This is probably the best deal I've set up, is the little phone that I hot glued the case to the wall and mounted it up there, and it's a great little, I can see the screen, I can see the chat. I've got this screen over here, but it's like kind of obscured with glare off of the light. Very hard to see. Okay, so this is part 13, and 13 wants to go right here. Yep, that looks like it's going to work fabulously. And we're going to put just a tiny bit here to tack it in place. God, man. It's another Nate. You have changed my experience with plastic cement in a single line of discussion. A single post in chat. This is wild. I have struggled with this crap so hard in the past. And all it took was a little bit of less is more. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, what is next? We're looking for 14. This guy. Let's click on another piece. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but the clippers I'm using here I picked up at Joann Fabrics, and this is a Bead Buddy. Paid $10 for it. They got a really sharp edge. They're not, you know, a complete flush cutter like you'd get with the Gun Plus style cutters, but it's damn close. Not much to file off at all, and they're sharp enough that it doesn't mar the subject too much. Plus, for what it's worth, I've done a lot of clipping with these over the last 2.5 years, including snipping metal parts, and they're still holding up great. Big recommend. You find them at like a Michael's or some hobby store while you're out. Big recommend. Right here, Bead Buddy. You're not the only one. Brent, John, everybody complains about how they struggle with plastic cement. They're just doing it wrong. Yeah. That is kind of wild. So, just to reaffirm that whole deal here, I'm going to take the stuff out. I'm going to put just the tiniest little drops. 3 little tack points, just like welding, I suppose. Stick it on here, hold it. It did not work. Did not work that time. I may have not put quite enough. I see there's a bit of a trick to it, but it definitely beats my experiences in the past. I remember, what's my first kit? I was with my parents as a very young lad at a yard sale, and I picked up a Dougram Fang of the Sun Dougram Shadowhawk. What became the Shadowhawk in Battletech. And I absolutely ruined that model with the orange tube of Tester's model cement. No idea what I was doing. And honestly, I think that kind of soured me on plastic cement for a long while. And then now as an adult, I play these games that use metal models, which, you know, metal models superior. It also halves the thickness of the cutting blade angle, making it sharper and cut smoother. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I want a pair of God Hand nippers. Absolutely. But I'm just not I'm not financially comfortable enough to justify dropping that much on a single tool that's only going to come out, you know, when I'm working on Gunpla or GW kits. That said, I do have Octarius, Into the Dark, Chalnath, Soul Shackle, Curse City. I got a lot of GW stuff to go through, so it might be worth investing in it at this point. Might use some of that grant money next semester. Okay, I think we're back to filming a little bit of this now, so I'm going to get back out my phone. And again, I'm filming on a Galaxy Note 9 Android device. It films in 4K at 30 frames a second. absolutely fantastic. I get really big, large format video. And then the advantage of filming that way is I get these really big images, and then I'm editing my stuff down into 1080p, so I can zoom in on the content without any loss of quality. It's twice the size of the actual output. I think at some point I'll upgrade to some 4K video. But I want to buy a camera for that, and the camera I'm eyeing is like $600, so I'm not quite there yet. Iron Elemental, wow, tons of time. It was around 2 midnight. That's my excuse. Well, I feel honored that you are choosing to check out the content so late. I know the feeling. Occasionally I'll catch Pega's streams, and also another hearty endorsement for her channel. The live streams are a lot of fun, but they are 3 a.m. my time. It's like a 18-hour difference or something over to Australia. Another night, yeah, I need to get a tripod for my old 9. Let's see. After I put this part on, I guess I could post it in the chat or something. I picked up this Endurax is the name tripod off of Amazon, and I have been very, very pleased with it. It's like $30. It's lightweight aluminum. It's got a leveling spirit level on it. The legs extend out in, I think it's 3 segments to 4 segments. And I got a little clip for the phone. It works fantastically, and it's also sturdy enough to mount my DSLR on, which I'm filming, or shooting, I should say, with my Canon 4000D, I think is the model name. It's the EOS Rebel T100. Really good camera for entry-level DSLR shooting. Not great for video. It films 1080p video, which is great, but it does not have servo-assisted autofocus. So it is really bad for miniature work. You get the focus dialed in, and then you move your model 2 inches and you're no longer in focus. So the next upgrade is for a Canon M50 Mark II, which is a mirrorless. It's got a really nice LCD display on the back. It's got servo-assisted autofocus, and it will accept the lenses I already own. Which, if y'all don't know, the lenses can be insanely expensive for a DSLR. Godhand has a pretty good 12 euro clipper that does nearly the same quality smooth clipping as the 60 euro one. 60 euro one is very nice for building faster, though. Sometimes no filing needed at all. Okay. You know, I mean, I'm just about comfortable enough to drop that kind of money on a part that I use all the time. Another Nate says, it isn't a phone anymore. Battery drains in 8 hours. Well, you know, that sounds like the perfect candidate for a solid filming implement. Which, for what it's worth, I would be more than happy to feature community shot video on videos going forward. Not even necessarily with context. I'm sure I could find a use for it. So if you shoot anything neat and want to submit it, shoot it my way. If you do any video projects of your own in scope, I'm more than happy to cross-pollinate and promote. You know, the channel's not big by any means, but I'm intent to grow. And if I can help other people get a leg up, I'm more than happy to do so. What is it? There's the whole the tide raises all boats or whatever. Okay, next step. We're gonna put on part number 16, the bottom of the base. So we want this feller right here. I had no idea that I was going to be setting y'all up for a watch me put shit together stream. Insane. Absolutely insane. The artwork on the box definitely did not suggest such complexity to this kit. But I guess perhaps the price did. I think I paid 50 USD for it, if I recall. For, you know, very small model. Okay, so this looks like it has a foolproof assembly method. Yes. Pegs versus holes. Can only go on one way. Look like they're going to need a little bit of gap filling. But we'll see how well the plastic cement can handle. This actually could be a good spot for some sprue goo. Might ought to get it out. In fact, I'm gonna get out the sprue goo. About time for it to show up on the channel. Tide raises all ships together. Yeah, that's what I was going for. All right, let's get my jar of sprue goo. And maybe some kind of tool. Put it on. Now I got something up there that'll work. Maybe an old paintbrush. I think this ought to do it. Yeah. Right, let's just get rid of the bristles. I don't want the bristles. Don't want the bristles at all. I just want the metal. What do you call this? A ferrule? Ferrule. This adds nice talking points to the metal plastic discussion. Yeah. I mean, come on now. Raging Owlbear. It's 2 pieces. You glue the arm on the body with a little bit of super glue. It's done. Or how about Basilisk? It is a single part. No assembly required whatsoever. I mean, granted, the sculpt quality isn't as great, but I mean, they'll still paint up nicely. Got this giant sloth. It's 3 pieces, body, 2 arms. Fantastic. Barrel. Yes, yes. Here to stumble over my words. All right, so let's get out this big ass jar of sauerkraut. This is not actually sauerkraut, of course. This is a gigantic pot of sprue goo, and actually I need to adjust the camera and reshoot this. So let's raise the tripod up some. Let's raise up the tripod. There we go. Change my shot angle here a little bit. Pull this thing out, show it to the camera, show it to y'all, pop it open, show the goo, show the goo to the camera, show that it's stringy, pasty goop. I think I actually need a toothpick as well. We're going to use a little bit of this to help smooth out these joins, I think. Toothpick. Alright, so let's get out a little bit of our goop. A little bit of goop there. Okay. And then I'm going to add a little bit extra acetone to it, just to keep it nice and liquidy. And see if I can't apply this stuff. If you need sprue goo, you likely won't be painting it today. It needs a day to cure, freaking smoothing it properly in my experience. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm hoping I don't need much of this. Which I might even abandon this now that I've gotten started on it, actually. But I just want the tiniest little dab of this stuff on these joins. I think this might be a mistake. Hell, it might be faster just to put some green stuff on it at this point to fill the gaps. Alright. Got some goo on there. And now we're gonna smoosh it together. If I could line it up properly. There we go. It didn't do worth a damn. Didn't do worth a damn. And am I in frame at all? Do you know if Vallejo's plastic putty does great gap filling too? Dries within an hour usually. I didn't know Vallejo did one, but I'll definitely look into it. Alright, this is going to be a nightmare to work with. Just need like less than is coming off on my toothpick here. Alright. Hell, it might be better just to use my finger. Yeah. little bit gap filling. I know about Tamiya putty from watching night shift videos. And I feel like that's something I should probably invest in. I wonder if it's how similar it is to the Vallejo's version. Come on, less than that. A little bit here. And we smush it in and then pull it off. Can't believe my fingers are the best solution for this. Those massive slot holes, won't they be filled in with stone filigree bits? Yeah. So for that, I'm not worried about the little hang-offs of stuff here, but the gaps in between these two pieces are noticeable. So taking little bits of the sprue goo to kind of smush in to this seam right here. I don't know if that's showing up. Probably too small for the webcam to really pick up, but smush a little in, pull it off the surface. I think that hopefully this sprue goo will, it's such a small amount that it'll dry up really quickly. And let me at least prime today before we call it. And we want a little bit right there. We're going to smush it in. And oh, this is great. Filming this, streaming this, pretending I know what I'm talking about. If that's straight acetone in your goo, it's not the perfect solvent. It is indeed straight acetone. I think when this Mr. What is it called? Mr. Cement? Once it runs out, then I'll make some proper sprue goo. But this was kind of a solution to the large amount of sprue bits I had laying around. Okay, smush that in there, wipe it off the surface. All right, excellent, much better, much better. Set this aside. Pause this. Readjust the tripod. Watching on my phone screen, the tiny details are invisible to me currently anyway. That makes sense. Splash of ethyl acetate would cause it not only to dissolve but suspend. Oh yeah. Okay. That is a solid tip. I will need to pick some up. Okay, so now that we've got a little bit of sprue goo on there, I'm gonna get out this file and immediately remove little bits of leftover gunk, which is fine to me if this is a little rough. It's supposed to be stone anyways. Wow, I don't think I've ever cared this much about a project, honestly. Hell, I'm the type to not even worry about mold lines. Just stick them together and slap some paint on them and it's fine. But, you know, if I'm going to do a Warhammer piece on the channel, might as well give it a little love. Try to take care of them details. I mean, really? I should be taking days to do this and getting rid of that line that's right here that goes all the way around in the same fashion. But at the same time, the gap that's here on this particular kit is pretty noticeable, reminiscent of the older kits. I'm guessing it's a tolerance that they didn't care much about because it's going to get covered with these little bits of filigree. MEK substitute in the paint department. What is that? Methyl ethyl ketone? I'm starting to learn about solvents due to my recently developed interest in chemistry channels. What is it? Chemiolus, Amateur Chemist, Explosions and Fire, etc. All good stuff. Quality videos. Good content. The science goes a little over my head because I never did great in chemistry. Well, I did okay in chemistry, but it's been since high school. Definitely was not my path. But damn if they're not cool videos. Really good content. Good humor. Fascinating subject matter. Good times. What's the other one? Chemdelic. There's several. All good stuff. Okay, yeah, those look awesome. Look a lot better. Nice and smooth. No gap. Very clean. No, just regurgitating a chemist's wisdom. The knowing is straight from Goobertan. Man, Brent really is the best. I want to... So I want to set up a 8x10 glossy of Brent somewhere in my shots. Just like... to get like the creepy fangirl vibe in my video somewhere. I think it'd be fabulous. I'm thinking maybe right back here so that it shows up on the live streams. I'll tell you, it is one of my top 10 goals. Maybe top 5 goals. One of my top goals as a YouTuber is to get my hands on a Goobertown Hobbies mug. I watch Goobertown for the feel-good vibes mostly. Can't remember all the actual info. Yeah. Gotta cultivate those happy, enjoyable, relaxing vibes. If you ain't cultivating your inner Bob Ross while you're working, you're doing something wrong. Okay, so from here, now that we've got those gaps filled, we can start putting on these pieces. Are you kidding me? These pieces fit in the slots. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I don't like that design choice. If it was my kit, I would have had this piece sit over top and then help hide those really bad join lines. Alright, so we're going to start with 17 and 18. 17, 18. So let's get 17 off of here. 17. Put the first one on and see how it goes. There's my file. At least it's just one connection point. Alright, now 17 wants to go directly on the front, right here. See how tight this actually fits. Okay, it is a super snug fit. Make it a shadow box with minis of his kitties. Oh, that'd be fabulous. I do have the the STL of the Brent Townfolk guy running with the 2 cats in his arms. I ended up using it as a statue on my infinity table. Painted it in a copper patina on a big pedestal. And then there was I want to say it was Archvillain Games did one of him as a Viking, like rowing a boat or something. Got that one as well. Definitely a big inspiration to this channel. You can really see it in some of my really early work. That whole like talking soft and trying to cultivate that vibe. But honestly, I've removed most of that work. I've removed most of that stuff from YouTube. It is not worthy to stay up. The quality is not there. And the view count is low enough that it's not going to hurt the channel to go away. So I got rid of stuff. I got rid of like the whole first year of Country Fried Minis. Which is fine. It's a tough decision, but one I stand by. Because really, this channel has grown from the battletech folks. Which there will be more stuff soon. More battletech. Next battletech piece is going to be about the Urban Mech Lance. And then we're going to do a 15mm battletech piece. Mayor Brent. Yes, Mayor Brent. I think that's what it was. Archvillain did the Viking one. Can't remember who did Brent the Captured. Was that a Loot Studios? That sounds familiar. I did not snag that one. But yes, I am full-on rabid fangirl when it comes to Brent's work. All about it. Good stuff. I ingest it immediately when it comes out. Okay, we're looking for part number 22, which is this interesting choice to make it a double piece here. Double insert. Let's see if this will file down all right. It should. Let's do that. And then good file down. Okay. Y'all hearing that traffic go by? I know I am. Is the bad models in good games video still around? That's massively rewatchable for me and got me hooked. I think that is now the first one on the channel, if I remember correctly. That is where I've trimmed everything back to. It's kind of where it all started taking off for me. So yeah, that one is up. I like that video a lot. That one was still... I filmed that while I was still upstairs in my temporary apartment after the flooding. I had these problem neighbors that were unfortunately drug addicts and mentally unwell. And they flooded me once really bad, enough to displace me to another apartment for 8 months. And then twice since I moved back into this unit. But they have since... They no longer live here. So I've actually been able to get some sleep. And I don't live in daily fear that the speed addicts upstairs are going to flood my unit again. It's been kind of a double-edged sword. Like, I don't wish bad on people. I don't wish folks to be, you know, put into a situation where they're evicted. But, you know, something's got to give. I know I've mentioned it in a few streams and in videos before, but that hopefully will remain the situation once they get a new tenant in upstairs. Gonna be seeing it again tomorrow, then get some bad luck on the neighbors. You know, I think that, well, of course, a big part of it is mental illness and drug use. But the units in this building are studio apartments, and there were 2 guys living up there together. And it's like, you can't... A sane and stable pair of folks could not function in a studio for long term, I don't think. It's tiny. It's like 200 something square feet. It's like living in a single room. And I guess that they just, you know, got into a bad situation with drug use, and it really exacerbated things. Like, doing construction, hammering and sawing and banging for 72 hours solid. Not even exaggerating. Like, literally 3 days long. And it's, you know, it was bad. It was bad. But now that's done, and I shouldn't ever have to worry about it or speak of it much longer. As far as their situation, I hope that they find, you know, some peace and somewhere better to live that doesn't exacerbate their mental health issues. But most importantly, I can sleep again. Alright, this thing's actually coming along here. We just got part 21. Oh, you know, I say that. And now we've got to do little leaves again. So let's go for part 23 and 24. And it looks like 23 might slot into a pre-made little divot. Excuse me. Yeah, 23 is going to slot into a little divot. It's going to work. Going to go smoothly. Well, once again, I was not expecting this to turn into putting models together stream. This is insane. Let's see. Oh, folks have voted on the GW game poll. All right. A pretty sizable majority thinks Necromunda gives what the rest can't. My brother was really wanting to get into Necromunda, but he lives back east, so I don't really see him enough to justify buying in. I'm sure there's communities out here too, but like finding time to play the games I do play is bad enough. Oh my goodness. Fiddly little bits. Alright. Let's do a little dab. That is not a little dab, that is a flooded part. Let's compensate by holding it down. All right. Next is 24. And 24 is this little guy. So let's move on to that. I think this is a hobby razor thing. Yeah, sure was. Nice and cleaned up. So far, I do note that this kit's been pretty good on mold lines. Some of these connection points have a bit of a gap, but haven't really noticed any mold lines that need to be cleaned up. What's going on here? All right. This feller wants to go like that and stick in right there. Oh, what a fiddly little part. Hope I'm staying in the frame for y'all. I'm trying to ensure that both cameras are seeing this satisfactorily. Okay. That is part 24. We are now done with step 1F. I guess it's part 1 step F, because the rest is the little dude. Okay. We just did F, so we're looking for G now, which is attaching legs. I don't like what we're seeing here. This looks better, but it's more complicated than it needs to be. Okay. In any case, let's start with 25. 25 is this guy. First time I've needed to cut it from the sprue. I wonder if those God hand nippers would have been tight enough to get in there. A little file action. Smooth it out. Smooth this part out as well. And it looks like 25 comes out to the... Oops, I just mucked that little part up. Let's re-cement that. 25 comes out this way. Does it seat in there nicely? Not really. Not as smooth as some of the other bits. Okay. That is one of the benefits of plastic. They can contour the face of the mold to get the splits somewhere innocuous. Yeah. GW's definitely, gotta admit, they're pretty good at doing that. I mean, again, you know, the trade-off is you're losing a little bit of that charm that the old hand-sculpted clunky kits from the early 90s have. But, I mean, they do make for some pretty models. That said, what they've gained in visual quality, they've kind of lost in complexity. All right, let's do 27 now. 27. 27's this boy right here. Another attachment point. Give it a little clip and a clop. We're gonna file it down just like the last bit. Now this one's a little better. Very small connection point there. It's gonna get lost on the bottom, even if I don't do the best job of filing this down. And then we'll smooth this one too. $546. We're, holy moly, almost 2 hours at this point? Good Lord. I hope I at least get to prime this thing. I think I will. Alright, this one's got a little nodule there so that it's kind of foolproof. Should go, yeah, no way to screw it up. Instantly bonded, and we're gonna flood it with cement. Cool. All right, that's 2 of 3 legs. Next up, it's going to give us an option here for a floating leg, or a floating leg plus a little tree stump. And I think I'm going to go for the tree stump, just because I can bury hide my sloppiness with more details. So we want part number 20 and part number 26. Let's get this boy and maybe film what I'm actually doing. Now, this part looks cool, but I think is a great point to call attention to what I dislike about GW's new design aesthetic. This is a connection point that is maybe a millimeter across. It's absurd. It looks cool, it looks fancy, but that is just asking to break, even in plastic. I don't like that decision. They look cool. I mean, I gotta give them that, but like, think about players who play, what's that Ghost Army for AOS? Night Haunts? Like, collections of broken models. I was just on their website today ordering the Rogue Trader book and saw some goblin that has like flying squigs around its head, and they're all connected by little tiny fiddly connections. It's dynamic, it looks cool, but man, it's just asking to break. They're not, you know, there's the old chunky metal clunky models may not have looked cool, but you knock it off the table and it's not going to shatter or snap. It might shatter because it's metal, but it's not going to snap. Some of these are absolutely asking to snap. Iron Elemental says, expensive nippers are single blade style on many of the GW parts. The gate is in the middle of a surface, not allowing for the flesh alignment, preventing the main advantage of the nipper to do the work. Interesting. Good to know. So I imagine for some of those parts, it calls for just cutting it off with your hobby razor. All right. So, $26 and $20. I don't know what the exclamation point means. I don't know what the hell the exclamation point means. Do they have a guide in the front? Exclamation, special instruction, take care. Okay. And it looks like we put this fiddly gonna break part on before we put the leg on. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's put this thing together. Again, it sits fairly nicely. It's actually not lining up great. There's a bit of a gap here. There's a bit of an unacceptable gap here. Come on, focus camera. Focus camera. A little bit of a gap right here that I don't like. So I think it's time to get back out my improperly solvented sprue goo. Night Haunt. Yeah, horrible things. My girlfriend has a bunch. She never even dared painting them. Honestly, they look like they'd be a lot of fun to paint if you have an airbrush. I think of Dana Howell's examples in that regard. But, I mean, they're going to break, right? The Night Haunt models, you're going to put them in a case, you're going to take them to Games Day, and you're going to go to put your army out, and like 7 of them are going to be broken. I just don't like that idea. All right. A little extra acetone again. Keep that stuff nice and soft. You want, I can show a bunch of close-up shots of Godham Nibbers and their use on Discord tomorrow. By all means, Iron Elemental, anything you want to share in the Discord, you're more than welcome to. It's useful to not only myself, but other folks, I am positive. Alright, I'm going to record this. So there's a nasty little gap right here. Do I have that in frame? Yep, decently. And I need just a small bit of this here goo. About that much. Okay. Let's get that in here. And on that. And in there. And then we're going to smush this boy into that goo. And I think I have failed to get the goo where I wanted it. So we're going to get a little bit more here. Smush it in with our finger. And remove it with the toothpick. Woo, gonna break this dang old thing. All just because I want this join to not be a massive gap. I mean, I say massive gap, but would anyone ever notice? Probably not. Honestly. But I'll know I went the extra mile and hid that. No more gap. Okay. Wonder if that music is loud enough to get me a copyright strike. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I can hear it. Guy drives by a couple times a day. At least once a day. Man drives a Harley. So it's an absurdly loud motorcycle. And he's got a stereo system that's loud enough so that he can hear it over his Harley. Which should absolutely be illegal. In fact, it may be illegal. Alright. Got that gap filled. Just call it a crack in the stonework and oil wash that gap. Well, it was about a 0.5 millimeter gap between the little bit of the root on this face and the root up here. And now there's a nice clean join. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, there's a hell of a crack right there. A gap. I might just might put some texture paint on it to kind of hide it anyways. Okay. That is most of this done. Now we need to put on part number 26, which looks like I already filed the bottom. And it has a nice little exclamation point to take care. So I think we're going to switch. We're going to switch to these curvy tweezers. And give it a good grab. About right there. And I'm going to flood this part. Let's see if we can't. Oh boy. Ooh boy. Hopefully that will do. A little push. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And we'll flood that with some stuff. I think that is our little Basemabob Dunsky. Yeah, sure enough. Let's get it on the base. Yeah, let's do it. Didn't hear a thing, me neither. You know, that speaks to the quality of these headphones then. I've been very pleased with them. I got this set of the brand is Onikuma and the model is K9. These Onikuma K9. This headset has been the mic quality is really good. And evidently has a really nice noise gate. Some mild noise cancellation going on. Because that Harley was loud. Kind of second guessing myself here. I really want to fill this deal. Honestly. I wonder if this would be a good application for the sprue gooey stuff. Do I texture it now? Maybe that is the solution. Let's see if I got any cork. Yeah, a little bit of cork. I don't think I have any, like, fantasy bits to put on there. It's all sci-fi in here. And a little bit of cork work. More goo. Yeah, I think goo is the way here. Although, you know, one of y'all mentioned that the sprue goo will take time to dry. I think in blobbing it on there, it will indeed make it take a while to dry. That's fine. I'll take a less is more approach here. And I think what I'll do is get a little brightly colored paint out. A little bit of brightly colored paint. And put it on these. Oh, this is a bad idea. Can't do that because I need the stuff to adhere. What is my process then? I guess I just glue this thing down first. That's what we're doing. Gluing this feller down first. And then I'll put a little dab of goo in the middle. Super glue on some cork. And then it'll be ready to you know, get sprayed down. And I think hopefully I got that lined up. Damn it. This might be an application for super glue here. Paint around the feet. Acetone be dry in an hour. After texture paste, the dimple will be gone and never put extra effort out. Okay. I trust. I will trust in the process. Although what I am going to do is super glue this instead of trying to cement it, because it just don't want to stick. So we're going to get out our Bob Smith Industries MaxiCure Extra Thick Glue. I'm going to absolutely glob the hell out of the bases here. Actually, no. I'm going to stop myself. I'm going to stop myself immediately, and I'm going to pick a guest palette for this episode. That's important. That's for the channel. Alright, who we got today? It needs to be something lizard adjacent. I mean, Charmander's a great choice. Cubone could be a good one, because it's got like the whole club thing going on. Ivysaur is appropriate. And Charmeleon's a little too wordy. Too verbose coming off the tongue. I think that's the choice between these three. Some frog Pokemon. Ekans? Did I have an Ekans in there? I do have an Ekans. Ekans. And then you say, and now it's time to introduce our guest palette, Ekans. And then you do the Game Boy Color sound effect for it coming out. As far as a frog Pokemon, unfortunately not. The selection I have is fairly limited, and of it is the original three. This one is very poorly drawn. Not using that. Ekans is a snake, so is the closest to Seraphon, but I'm kind of leaning towards Cubone. Is very nice and fantasy feral, I agree. It's got like the weapon and the helmet. Ivysaur has like the jungly stuff going on, but it's a little wordy. I think Cubone comes off the tongue a little easier, and that's what we're doing. Okay, so in all these shots, I want to get it lined up and then slide it into frame. Let it sit for a minute. Get out our Bob Smith. And we're going to put a big old blob of glue. No innuendo today. And then I need a toothpick. And can't remember exactly what got me started on the whole guest palette thing. It's in one of those episodes, those early episodes. I had a glue bottle nozzle jam up. So I poured some out and then worked off of one of these Pokemon stickers with a toothpick, and lo and behold, it's actually a great strategy for preserving the tip of your glue bottle, as well as getting precision application. So the guest palette idea was born and has now become a kind of a staple of the channel, a gimmick that is uniquely Country Fried Minis. Plus, it's an excuse to continue my playthrough of Game Boy, Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy Color, and occasionally shoot some shots. Cubone and Ivysaur are both dinos. Charmander's an empty. He's saving for a slime. I use the bottom of a soda can for my liquidy puddle. Yeah, exactly. It's I mean, honestly, wasting these stickers is a bit of a waste, but I think I've mentioned this. Also, welcome Emery. Good to see you again. We are slowly progressing with the construction of this here model. It is taking ages. We're 2 hours in, and we've just finished the chair of this little feller. So right now on account is 3 viewers. I'm getting there myself. I have a unhealthy relationship with pizza and donuts. Yeah, like I was saying, and I think I've told the story before. These Amazon return, like, warehouse type businesses opened up in my hometown, where folks would buy a pallet of Amazon returns and then put them in these big bins, and people come in and dig through them and you know, fill up a bag of stuff for like $20. And it created this like explosion of junk and resellers in my hometown. But my mom would go there and she kept getting these stickers. Just anytime she'd find these stickers, she'd toss them in, and I ended up with a whole bunch of them. Namely because a lot of them were kind of lewd, and I didn't want my sister's kids to end up with them, so I'd take them. So I ended up with a whole bunch of these Pokemons as well in that stack. I got some Star Trek stuff and a pack of Apex Legends stickers, which was awesome. And I mean, I'm not gonna stick the stickers to anything. They're gonna end up, you know, doing nothing. So I used something for the first guest palette, and now this whole guest palette thing has been born. And I think I've said it before, my brother suggested I should do a Who's That Guest Palette t-shirt. I think could be really fun. Although that's a dicey one to kind of skirt copyright there. I guess I should film this here. I use plastic wrap paper spam folders for glue drops and replaceable cutting mats. Yeah, that's a great idea. So it's a concept that is out there and being used. I wonder if I could get a retailer's license and sell packs of Pokemon stickers on a storefront. I'm sure it can be done. Alright, let's get some bits of cork here. I don't need much. Just a little bit of visual interest on the base. Alright. We're going to do the same deal as other videos, and we're going to take and dip in our guest palette and put some little bits of rubble on the base. Just a little bit of visual interest above and beyond the texture goop later. I think we need a little more glue. Can they copyright a silhouette? Well, I mean, I could maybe do silhouettes of the models I painted, and it's not actually Pokemon at all. 1997, Kathy Ireland in a crop top with strategic place holes worn into it. Show off some skin as our gift. Yes, I may have to do some more lewd innuendo sometime soon. I'll definitely do it for the Titania video. I've got some naughty models to paint up. You know, they're still channel friendly-esque. Not like, you know, smut, but not too far off of it either. All right, we got some little bits of rubble on the base. That'll work there. I definitely have I have a whole bunch of those waifu style manga inappropriate stickers. Some of them are too much for YouTube, but some of them kind of skirt the line, and they'll be great for more of that innuendo. After all, sex sells. Use a silhouette of the Canopian Cat Lady palette. Pokemon is too dodgy. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of lewd models, here, I got one to show off. Let's do a little more show and tell. I just got in my Kingdom Death order. I think I posted about it in the Discord when I bought it. But I got this, I saw this model shared to another Discord server I frequent, and had to have one. Can't remember the name of the model, but I'm sure it's in here. It is doesn't actually say her name. I can't remember. Some space girl in a jumpsuit. I think it'd be really fun. It's my first Kingdom Death model. Oh, there it is. Sci-Fi Lucy is the name. And the cast is kind of really nice. Really nice resin quality. I can see there's some mold release on it, but the detail on it is sublime. And I think this is another piece of fodder for the channel. Everything becomes content after all. But yeah, we'll do something with that. The Titania the Barbarian will be the first lewd paint up. And of course that one is intended to be a well thought out essay of why pinup models are okay in your collection. Which will open the door to doing some other fun, thirsty models. Okay, back on track. We're going to make option 2 in green. I like this seated one a lot better. It just seems more appropriate. So we want to start with that. Well, we want to start with film of me pointing at the choice I'm making. Okay. Aim this down. Drop the thing on the floor. That's an important part of the process. Don't forget, spilling your stuff is throwing it on the floor is part of it. We're going to go with this boy. So we're going to start with 40 and 39. This is 40. I absolutely cannot believe that this is taking so long. And actually, I know I keep getting up. But I have another idea that I need to do real quick, like, that is important. Bear with me, folks. It's important, I swears it.
Well, I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to do something here. Oh goodness. It wants to two-factor authenticate me. Yes, please confirm that is correct. And then we do this. Look at that. We'll do this. Damn it. Oh, I know why this is not letting. Sorry, folks. I'll be right over there. I swears it. There we go. That's what I want. Solved. Yes. There we go. Let's do that. Do window. Paste the thing. Do the that. There we go. All right. I'm not 100% sure how those work or who they go to when I do that, but membership is as little as $1 a month. It gives you access to a fun little badge next to your name when commenting in the streams and in videos. Gives you access to biscuit-based emojis in the YouTube chat and comments. And it's a great way to show support for the channel for as little as $1 a month. We also have a higher tier that is, I think it's $5 a month, but currently doesn't offer anything more than the regular. In the future, that will open people up to being included in members' streams when we do like Tabletop Tuesdays or perhaps some gaming events, Q&A sessions, hobby hangouts, etc. They will, be a way to get more out of the channel and show your support and love for what we're doing here. Let's do that. Prompt expired. Pull this back up. Good Lord, that was way too hard to do. I need a better setup. Let's go. Yes, please enjoy, and no pressure to keep those current, but if you like the content and you show up for the stuff, it's as little as $1 a month to show your support for the channel. Okay. Rawr, I'm a bear. Let's see if I can get back on track here. Where were we? Before I apologize. I think I might be a little ADHD, y'all. We're assembling part 2D. We're working with part number 40 and 39. And I just cut them off the sprue. And need to file down the connection points. So this little feller's got a nub on the bottom of his foot.
And at the bottom of this cloak, might need the round file for this one. And there was one more. Yeah, right there. I hope I got this in frame for y'all. I know that the details are kind of tiny and probably not being picked up very well by this webcam. I will eventually upgrade it. It just, you know, money, time, etc. I'd really love to get some kind of DSLR high quality footage. Be nice to be recording these in like full on production quality. Rockatonius, I've actually got 2 accounts. One is this private account for general content consumption. The other is for content creation. So technically, I've got a membership twice over. Well, that is awesome. Again, I'm not sure how the membership like actually gets doled out when I do that, but you know, it's luck of the draw, I suppose. I actually feel you there on the content creation versus consumption. I'm very careful about what content I watch with the Country Fried Minis account, so that I keep the algorithm, the what do you call it, the front page of YouTube, I keep it very cultivated, kind of favoring small content creators and a few very choice subscriptions, as opposed to my, you know, my personal account, which is flooded with chemistry stuff and random nonsense and who knows what. But yeah, I'm actually I think I may be logged in as my personal account on this little phone, now that I think about it. I should probably change that so I can participate with chat. Although it is a gigantic pain in the butt to chat on that little phone, honestly. I just don't bother. I respond to chat in the stream. Alright, so we got this little feller glued down onto his chair, and he ain't got a leg yet. So let's find part number 41 right here and get it together. Well, I guess I gotta snip it off first. Snip it off, file it down, then get it together. Connection point was on the flat, so let's do that. You know, it's kind of wild to assemble these bits and bobs that have been computer generated, computer optimized, I should say. It's definitely like shapes and seams that one wouldn't think about. Exactly. The base of my content relates to someone I like, I'll engage, but if it doesn't, I'll relegate it to my personal one. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It makes perfect sense to me. I've even like gone so far as to, when I make a mistake and watch a video with Country Fried Minis, like let's say I'm on Reddit or something, I'll go back and ensure that it is scrubbed from the watch history.
Oh, come on. This is insane. Is it really assembling like this? This is absolutely schizoid breakdown of this part. Holy moly. Like, come on now. Is this... I think this is gonna assemble with like a gap of air inside that. That's nuts. Part 42, here we go. We got a little bit on the tail needs to come off. Flat file will work just fine. Iron Element says the real membership is wearing the t-shirt. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll have some more logo stuff coming out soon, as well as some of my tattoo art designs. I'm slowly turning those into t-shirts, kind of in the vein of the Pigeon on Vacation shirt. I want to use that art since I'm not doing anything with my tattoo career at this point. I thought that that's where my life would be headed, and I put several years into it. And you know, life happens. And now I make YouTube videos and am actively seeking to make that my full-time job. And that's possible with y'all's support. Really like what you see on the channel. Consider joining us via channel membership, purchasing commissions over on my Fiverr page, buying the merch over on the Threadless store, and or joining us on Patreon. The Patreon page isn't quite populated right now, but we're going to do a big post about it once we hit 1,000 subs. It's probably the best way to show your support for the channel and get a little bit extra. Once we unlock ads for the channel, which will happen in another 140 subs, the Patreon will be a place where you can get ad-free videos, which will be awesome. And if I could ever get ahead, we can do early release over there as well. Anyhow, that's enough shilling of my stuff. Who'd have thought that content creation as a profession would be professional begging? Please give me tips. Honestly, the best thing you can do to support the content is just watch it. Give us a like, give us a sub, etc. Interact, do all the things that the YouTube algorithm really loves. Did you ever do voice work for the BPL? A couple lines from the TTB video sound like your voice. To be honest, I can't be fucked to flip through all the credits. No, I haven't actually. It would be an absolute dream to get to contribute to that. I would be over the moon if that happened. But no, I've not done that. I've not reached out. Although I hear that Mr. Tex may have seen my big hunchback video, and that made me very happy. I have it on good authority that he did at least see part of the video, which I'm quite chuffed about. Because honestly, Mr. Tex was the intended audience for that video. I would like to sell MFTs and tattoo designs with the rats as subject matter
And I would call them rat-twos. Oh, that's funny. I used to joke with my brother about cat-twos, which is where you get a cat and you rile it up and you dip its paws in tattoo ink and then you hurl it at your friend so that it pierces you with its claws and leaves little kitty claw marks in your skin forever. Okay, this part is a nightmare. Let's get the curved tweezers back out. Tell you, I ain't got the eyes to do this like I used to. So this part looks like it kind of sits at a funky angle and doesn't actually flush down super well. I think it might be a goo application moment again. So let's do some more goo. I made a retro style Battletech ad. Tex watched it and said he really liked it. I too dream of contributing to his team's works. Yeah. It's if there are coattails out there to be ridden upon, they are that of the awesome work done by the BPL in the TTB videos. I tell you, I get emotional over text videos. It's really cemented my love for Battletech and is a huge part of my inspiration to be so invested and involved with the universe and whatnot. All right, so a little more glue, little more glop. I'm gonna put a little more goo down. I don't need much, just a tiny bit, maybe even like half of that. I think I can get away with this though. Nope, I need less. I want like half of this. Like half of that. A little bit there. There we go. Grab this little goop glop and put it there, because this piece does not actually line up proper when you flush it with the body. It wants to be kind of protruding a little bit. You know, that actually wasn't enough goop. More goo. More goo! Oh god, I hate that that's what this channel has become. It is indeed more goo. Alright, there we go. So we're going to put this down and press this boy in where it seats nicely. Yeah, perfect. And that, you know, there's a little bit, I mean, y'all probably can't see it. There's a little bit kind of hanging out up underneath it here, but that's fine. Push it in there. So this little collar necklace piece has these two connections that connect to the cape. But if you make it flush with the torso, it leaves a gap between those little connection points. So what I've done is just put a little goo and beef up that connection point to where it sits nice and flush. And it does now. Aha! Goo saves the day. Let's put the goo back in the jar. Oh no. If you know, you know. Don't put it in the jar. I hate that I know that. I hate what the internet has done to me. Halligas, what exactly are you doing to adhere the mini? I don't believe I've seen this method. Is it some sacred knowledge? I am using some homemade sprue goo. Let me see if I can't get this thing back in the view. So I've saved an old fat jar of sauerkraut, cleaned it out real good, gave it a good wash down, and I needed a big jar, and I filled this thing with GW sprues clipped down into little tiny pieces, and then I filled it up with acetone. So this is just pure acetone and Games Workshop sprues, and it dissolves the styrene and keeps it in like a semi-fluid state, and then when the acetone evaporates, which it does under normal atmospheric pressure because it's super volatile, it leaves behind styrene in the shape that you put down. But of course it's acetone too, so it's like, you know, I just spilled some on my mat and it's lifting the lines off it. But this has been sitting on my jar for a hot minute, and it's the first time I've really been able to get it out, and it has done the trick. Excuse me. I just realized that I'm still coughing in the mic even if I turn my head. I apologize. More goo, sir. You're probably supposed to go Cape first. I just, it's a weird connection. Just, I think you're supposed to connect it. Of course, it's probably not showing up on camera because it's so tiny. I think you're supposed to connect it to the neck and then these little hooks here, because it follows the cape bit. Or no, the cape is molded as part of the body. But it's these little connections here. I'm sure they're not showing up. But there was about a 0.5 millimeter gap if you set it flush on the chest there. So, you know, just a little bit of goo. You could use green stuff to do it. You could use probably the Tamiya putty, etc. But I just have this giant jar of the homemade sprue stuff. And now we're going to use a little bit of Mr. Cement and flood those joins and make it permanent. Okay, this is the tiniest little boy. Alright, what's next? Next is the staff. Next is the staff. You ever huff the fuse and enjoy the brain damage? I can't say I enjoy the brain damage, but I probably huff a lot of fumes in this corner. The worst is probably when I airbrush. Like, I'll put on the respirator and spray my work, and then put away the spray booth and take off the respirator, and at that point I'm sure I'm just still inhaling microplastics. But you know, whatever. Who wants to live forever? You know what I mean? Is this actually 2 full skink models? This might actually be 2 full skink models that I have here. 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 37. 38 versus 40, 39. Is 39 used twice? No. 42, 43. Yeah, I think this is 2 full skink models in this kit. So I've made the right choice in that I could potentially, I have another skink to put together at some point. When I was little, I had no idea the risk of chemicals, and I'd sit there and smell the plastic cement while building minis. I'm certain it's why the way I am. Do with that what you will. So, when I was a kid, me and my brother were destructive little shits. And we were out in my parents' garage, spraying things with silver spray paint with the doors closed. And no idea in the moment why it was so funny, or why I got so dizzy afterwards. But looking back, I know why. My dad was not happy. He was very angry. He was so angry that I'm sure it conflicted greatly with his feelings of concern for our safety. He was not happy. We destroyed many things. Well, painted them silver. Okay, these are fiddly little bits here. Very, very fiddly little bits. I don't even know if I can maneuver my clippers in such a way to not damage them. So I'm just going to cut off this big old chunk right there. These parts cut off. There we go. And now we clean them with the files. I couldn't even see the cape until you pointed it out. Yeah. I'm sure that the low quality of my webcam obscures a lot of the detail as well. I will upgrade eventually. I swears it. How far in are we? Damn, 2 hours and 47 minutes and still not assembled. I am completely shocked. This is not what I signed up for. You know, I've heard tales of folks hiring others out to do their assembly for them. And I can see why. When dealing with these modern GW kits. Let's see, what's the last modern kit I put together? Most modern kit I've put together in recent history has got to be, I mean, a Space Marine Predator. Like it's I don't do GW anymore. Also, Project Second Place Garages Go. Yes, it was indeed Second Place Garage. Thoroughly coated with silver. Oh man. My dad was so mad. So fucking mad. I mean, granted, I would be very mad myself too. I totally get that. Ah, damn it. Come on, I need you to stick together. Stick it together. Stick together, you little bit. Alright, we're going to let that tack up for a minute. I'm a massive brush slicker. I once in reflex sucks a glue drop off a plastic cement pot's nail. That's a mistake you only make once. Oh my god. I can't even imagine the bitter taste. I too am a brush slicker. It's just, you know,
it removes the leftover paint off your brush. It moistens the tip perfectly, and it reshapes the bristles back into the perfect shape instantly in one fell swoop. Plus, if you make a mistake, you can suck that paint off and then brush it down and lick it, and you know, it works. More phone screen than camera resolution. You're about the size of actually a mini. Makes sense. I wonder, let's see, does OBS tell me how big that camera actually is? It is coming at y'all at 131 by 44 pixels. I don't know if that's accurate. Probably a little bigger than that. It's about a 144 size, 144p video. I mean, not that quality. Let's see. This one with the miniature is on is a 1080 webcam, and then the Logi camera here with my face is a 720p. And the pair of them was less than $30. That sounds right. One was $17.99 and the other one was like $11 or something. When you're sitting back in your chair, your head is nearly 10 centimeters. Yeah. It's tiny. Plus it's like, it's blasted out with the light. So I've got the desk lamp here. I've got right under this is a ring light that I repurposed to be the desk lamp. And then I've got the softbox and a softbox. And that's really more about filming than for the webcam. Because all these streams have been dual purpose. I am filming the next video whenever I stream these. Well, usually. Some of the stuff hasn't been filmed. Like, I didn't film the blue Berserker. I didn't think there wasn't enough there to make content out of. It was a cool project though. Really grateful for that one. I didn't even know that sculpt existed. There's another one of those Matt Mason kind of digital kit bash situations. I don't think the model exists in MechWarrior Online. I'm pretty sure it's a combination of like a Victor and a what's the Mauler, I think is the name of it, with the two missile racks on the shoulders and the double PPC arms with some small ACs. The Stromboli kicked my ass. I packed a third of it away and the rest is just laughing at me. Yeah. Hey, is Stromboli like some kind of pasta? I feel like Day 2 pasta is the best. I can't remember for the life of me. You got me looking up Stromboli now. Stromboli. Oh, okay. No, it's like a really dense rolled up sandwich kind of, right? With some, it's got Hot Pocket. Yeah, okay. That's yeah. I was thinking rigatoni. So when I stayed with my last roommate, I'd cook some veggie rigatoni like every other week or so, and like I'd make a huge batch of it, and then it would always turn into leftovers.
and those leftovers would develop such character in the fridge. And I would take my rigatoni and get a big old chunk of French bread, half hollow it out, put some extra little bits of veggies on it, and have a baked rigatoni sandwich. Twice baked rigatoni. Fucking awesome. And I know that's not stromboli, but you say stromboli and I'm thinking rigatoni. Damn, I could go for some pasta. I already did an early dinner though before the stream. I made Beyond Burgers, which are still pretty good. They changed the formulation, and they're not as good as they used to be, but still very yummy, very meaty. Nice greasy plant-based burgers. A little bit of sauerkraut and some fancy lettuce on them is all I need. All right, so that's the headdress. I maybe should have left that off and glued it on after some painting, but that's fine. And now we'll do part number 45, which is this little feller. There we go. Clean up these connection points. And I think with this part, we are done with assembly. After only 2 hours and 56 minutes. Good Lord. Absolutely absurd. I mean, I guess it's okay. This is like a headquarters unit, I presume. Stromboli's calzone with a lot of shit in it, named after one of those 2 volcanic mountains that kill lots of people in Italy. Yes. You know, you've commanded the respect of the people when you have a food named after you. Another Nate says, a big slab of lasagna. Yeah, exactly. That's that whole, like, second day food. It's always better the second day. You know, I know I've mentioned it before that I'm a vegan, but lasagna is still one of those awesome foods. Even for a plant eater like myself. My mom figured out a really awesome take on a recipe that works really well. If you use a little bit of nutritional yeast and some liquid aminos, you can actually get tofu to kind of have that like funky foot essence of like a Parmigiano cheese, and then she'll use I want to say it's the silken tofu, and like crumble it up in the lasagna, and it's got very much the same effect as that ricotta cheese. Really good stuff. Hey, I may not eat meats or cheeses, but I still eat really well. Emery says, I get rigatoni mixed up with ziti and penne. Italians are very persnickety with their noodle classification tool. Yeah, and that's the silly thing too, right? It's just like, it's the same semolina dough pushed through a different die. That said, there's definitely a difference in the toothsome quality and the mouthfeel. Rigatoni versus spaghettis, for instance. Okay, so let me film that these are done. And I think how we're going to handle this now is to glue the little boy to a temporary painting base and that way I have them on. My brain just shut off for a second there. I have them on basically a priming setup. But that said, in the meantime, I have been chugging coffee this whole time, or sipping on coffee. So I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to get a cup of water and hit the restroom, and I shall be right back. I'm going to set us to the BRB screen, and I will be RB. Muted? Is it muted? Are we back? Are we back? Let me give a sound test real quick. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sounds good. Power off. Put these back on. And we're back! Oh, I missed some chat. Lasagna is awesome when the top layer is dried out and crusty second day, or when the bottom layer just started. But yeah, exactly. Another Nate says, I give up meat but never cheese. Cheese is a hard one. Cashew cheese comes very, very close. It doesn't quite set up the same way, but there's a way to make a nice stringy, stretchy, pulley cheese out of cashews, and then the funkiness comes from nutritional yeast and liquid aminos, and it comes really close, but you're right, it's still not quite the same. Emery, we used to put cottage cheese in lasagna because it was a 1960 Betty Crocker way. I like it better than ricotta, but a lot of Italians tell me ricotta is wrong too, so use bechamel instead. Yeah, I think you're right, bechamel is the traditional way, but growing up, I too got some of those classic Betty Crocker recipes, and cottage cheese is the superior cheese in lasagna. For chiseling that out of trays. Yeah, exactly. Sounds steady. I'm hearing the 1s and the 3s, but not the 2s. Always, I gotta miss the sound test. Yeah. I need to come up with some better lines for the sound test. Mic test, testing the mic. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What is it? It's slithering salamanders sublime into sulfurous something. The S's. You can't check for that sibilance, and you check for the popping of the P's. I'll eventually come up with a single sentence that hits all of it. Cottage and ricotta are the same thing, but one's is more moist. That makes sense. Ricotta's kind of like smooth and pasty, whereas the cottage cheese is more curd-like. Personally, I am not opposed to cheese. I think cheese is perfectly fine. My stance on it is you cannot break. You can't have cheese without the veal industry, at least in industrialized production. And I'm just personally very opposed to the way that animal welfare is basically not considered at all due to the amount of scale we need to ensure that these products are available to the masses. Then again, I'm also not the type to, I'm not here to push it. At one part of my life, I was involved with activism and trying to convert people. Now, I just, do what you do and be happy in the moments that you have. Because this world is going to hell, and if you can find a few moments of happiness and mess around with your hobby and enjoy you a nice greasy cheeseburger or a veal sandwich, whatever you're doing, have at it. I do me for me. And I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. It's hard sometimes to try and maintain that kind of diet. Okay, I'm looking at this base here, and it looks like it's got some really sharp, it's got some sharp connection points. So I'm starting to put glue on it, and I'm afraid if I glop this up, it's not going to adhere like I need it to. So we're actually going to pivot this, even though I just got out my guest palette. I'm going to set this to the side, and we're going to pin it, I think, is what I want to do here. So, for that matter, let's get out my needle nose pliers, because it has a really sharp, well, not a sharp, it has a sturdy wire cutter on it. And then we're going to get out the paper clips and my hand drill bits and the pin vise. We're going to put a pin through this thing. Sound test. Who's that guest palette? Ekans. Yeah. Yeah, Ekans would have been a good choice, but I think Cubone is a little closer to the vibe of Seraphon. He kind of looks like a Seraphon. He got that bone club. He's got a helmet on. A little too perfect. I might use Ekans for my Luxuria model. Do I have to do it? I have to do it. I have to go back to show and tell mode for a second. Let's pause this. Come over here. Grab Luxuria. And the art card. Go right back. ADHD in action. Get this out of my mouth. Put my hair behind my ear. It's hollow enough for a magnet. I think it's a little too big for a magnet, so we're going to put a long pin through it. It's a little too deep and wide. So Ekans, I think, will be a good guest palette for this Luxuria model. I can't remember the name of the game it comes from, but I was talking with RFD Hobby about kits that just buying a whole bunch of stuff and it piles up. And he told me about this thing he kickstarted, and I saw this model and I had to have it. Just like there's a little bit of like I don't know, almost like religious connotation, like some nun or saintly type robing going on, but it's also very snake-like and it's very phallic. Like, our butt looks like the back of a glands, and the tail tips definitely are very dong-esque. I think it's a very cool model, very gross. Here's the art card. I don't know if that's coming through or not. Uh-oh. My screen turned off. What has happened over here? I can't see my stream with the screen off like this. I think something has happened to this little phone. Actually, I know what has happened to this phone. It's done the whole, this problem has happened before, where the brightness has just, like, gone non-existent. Kind of flickered. Well, that sucks. This has happened before, and I replaced the screen on this phone because of it. Well, I guess I can't monitor chat now, and this is a giant problem. Let's see if I can maybe pull it up on this computer here. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, all right, how do I do this? I turn on-screen keyboard. I pull the battery out of this thing so that it will turn off. I can't pull the battery out of this thing, actually. Alright, and now that I have the on-screen keyboard, I can use my mouse to type in youtube.com. Actually, can't I... I'm pretty sure I can put the chat in OBS. Problem is I can't really see this screen because the intense glare coming off it. That's coming off my lights. Woo, my computer is very unhappy with this right now. Let's close that. Let's see if I can get some chat. Oh, and wouldn't you know, the little phone started working again while I'm going through all this crap. Started working again. Put it back up there. Here, I'll show this to the camera. So I've got my old BlackBerry hooked up so I can monitor chat, and it is just pasted to the wall here. Okay. Things working. I can see now. Just close the chat window. All right. This is trouble's happening because my because I can't see that screen. It's too small for the chat. And then I used to have my laptop set up to monitor chat, but it died and is dead. So I got my old phone out. And it has been working up till this moment, and now it is working again. Okay, so talking about may save some gluing after painting. Yeah, I don't think I can get a magnet in there. I don't think it's gonna work. Plus, once I'll glue it all together when it's done. Ekans is a Japanese guy who found a way to trademark snake. Exactly. It's just snake backwards. And then you say, is that Abyss wee wee monster from the others? I don't think I've ever seen that. But yeah, it's kind of in that vein, right? Abyss wee wee monster. Yes, that's basically what it is, and it's pretty fantastic model. I'm looking forward to painting it now that we're back on track. This is just the universe punishing me for indulging my ADD, ADHD, mania, something like that. I apologize. Okay, back on track. So the solution here to get this feller on a base while also preserving this nice hard sharp edge that seats into that so nicely is going to be to put a nice long pin in it. So we're going to get out a paper clip. I'm going to fold it out and get our snippy tippy and cut that thing off. And now we'll measure it up, and that surely is enough to, yeah, plenty enough. All right, and now what we want to do is find a nice little spot in here, and ideally start a pilot hole. And I usually have a tool for this floating around. I don't know where it is at the moment. I have a little thing for this. We'll see if we could just get it started without using it. I guess because it's styrene, I could always like heat up something like the tip of a sewing needle or something and just push it in using my lighter. But we're just gonna drill a little hole. Drill a little hole. A little deeper, I think, to make it nice and secure. And then that should provide a nice firm anchor point for this pin. I realize I have used a bit that's a little too big too. So let's go down a size. Go down a size. What is this? This is 1.2 millimeter. That'll work a little better. And we'll just go to the bottom of the hole and drill it a little deeper. Make sure it has somewhere nice to is the wee wee abyss from the others that had a bunch of church and state civil security people turning into monsters connected to the 7 deadly sins. I have never heard of it. Now that I'm thinking about it, that is not what I was thinking at all. Let's see. Turn this to rotate. Grab this, go to the others. 2001 film. No, that is not at all what I thought it was. But that seems like a good one to queue up for tonight when I'm wrapping up and lying in bed watching movies. Ekans is what happens when the Japanese guy wants to trademark snake. Heard of that, but can't remember. Yeah, it's new to me. I was thinking it was something else. Okay, so we close this, we pop this, we grab that, going to go back to Pro Video, and we're going to mount this in the hole. Make sure to drop it. That's an important part of the process. Put the pin in there long enough to get it stuck to your thumb and pull it back out. Also an important part of the process. And then make sure to shoot it off of your tweezers and fail to pick it up 20 times. The most important part of the process. Alright, now that it's in there, we're going to find a spot on the base and we're going to kind of push it down. Not that any of y'all have ever had trouble pinning stuff before. Now that I've got a good idea of where we're going to put the pin, I'm going to drill a hole completely through this base. There we go. Make sure your fingers are out of the way, so you don't. The others, it's Cool Men You're Not board game. For the life of me, can't remember what the game was called. It was a Kickstarter game. I bet I can find it in case you want to look it up. Luxuria. Go. Luxuria is Spanish for lust is what I'm getting. It's from a board. I'll never find this now. Damn, what was that called? Is that? No, there's no way. It's just the others. I swear that's not what it was. It looks very similar, but maybe. Is it from this? No, it is not from that. Although that's wild that there is a expansion box for the game, The Others, that has a very similar aesthetic, but is not what it was called. There it is, Malleus Maleficarum. It's probably on the card. No, it's actually not, unfortunately, which is why I have to look it up. But the game is called Dark Rituals Malleus Maleficarum. And I picked it up off of eBay for like 20 bucks. Which is cool because it's a Kickstarter game that you can't get otherwise. Which I hate. I kind of hate that our culture has become that. Malleus Maleficarum. It's not Malifaux. I am aware of Malifaux. Never painted anything from it. Iron Elemental Poster Buddy or Sticky Tack would be perfect in this. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I should probably invest. You know what? I'm opening my mouth to say I should probably invest in some Sticky Tack and get some right here the whole time. It's fine. We're this far in. Plus, this gives me an excuse to work with my guest palette again. So we're going to make sure it's focused there. We're going to put a little bit more glue. Nice blob on him. Gonna little dabble do ya. Kind of actually fill this hole up. All the way. I want it to be a very firm connection there. All right. And then we'll get back out the BSI Instaset. Put a little droplet in there. Get that super glue nice and cured up. And we're going to mount it to the base using only a little bit of super glue on the bottom. And I think I need to shorten this. I need to shorten the pen a little bit. So we'll do that first. There we go. Shorten the pen. Stick it through. Perfect. Just want a little bit sticking out the bottom there. And then I'm going to completely coat that over with super glue. And that should create a firm enough connection to give this thing a good spray. And then still be able to break it off later. All right, so we are at that point now of priming a model. I'm going to trust that all my goopy bits are firm enough to stand up to some spray. I think they are. I'm going to put away our tweezers. And get ready to spray. Got to make enough room for my spray booth. I call it a spray booth, but it's really just a collection of foam core that is the remnants of a school project for a design class. Turned into utilitarian. Also, malleus means apple and is pronounced the same as malice. Malice. Is it not? Do you not pronounce all the vowels in Latin? I thought you did. Like equus for horse. Okay, so we're gonna put on some gloves. I like fumbling it for the camera too. I'm gonna show the respirator to the camera. We're gonna put on the old spray booth thingamabob. Grab our 2 waters, one for clean water, one for not clean water. Grab our spray bottle, grab a pipette, and I'm thinking white primer for this because I think I'm going to use contrast paint. So let's get out white primer, and that boy should be ready to rock and roll. EU was a single letter, like a diphthong. All right, so I need to put on my respirator. Okay, you know, you mentioned that it was a single letter, and it has all come flooding back. That makes sense because AE is also a diphthong and is pronounced I.
And I remember that because people say Caesar, but it's Caesar. All right, so we can actually begin the progress. I hope you can hear me. Let's get, that's live. Let's see if the airbrush is clogged. It might be. I'm really bad about cleaning this thing. Got some motion there. It looks like it could use some serious cleaning, but hopefully it is good enough to work. That's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. Nope. All right, so this is another one of those, you know, maybe ill-advised dealios. I use acetone to clean my airbrush, which I know that there is a Teflon ring in my airbrush, but this stuff, it works, and if you're careful, it's fine. Why can I not thread this dang old needle? I may have to suck this part, actually. Is this the problem? Is this the problem? I think this might be the problem. Yeah, there it is. That is the problem. So we'll get a little acetone on the needle. Work it through this thing till it yields. Oh, I must have just pulled the needle out and set this thing down last time I was painting. Yeah. Okay. That is wild. I have never seen paint build up in this part before. Absolutely nuts. Okay. Alright, let's put that back on the end. Hopefully that is the only hang up we've got. Put that needle through. Nope. Nope, I'm immediately getting resistance. God damn it. Everything's going to come to a screeching halt while I disassemble and clean this airbrush, because I didn't clean it last time I used it. Love it. Really, you know, probably the worst part of owning an airbrush is the intense and insane amount of cleaning you have to go through, or the fucking thing just stops working. Okay, so I need a cup, and I need some acetone. Malleus means hammer. Yes, Malleus maledictera. Malediction. Let's give this a good dippy-doo. Try to work out this caked on bullshit. I can see little strings of paint coming out of it, which is good, which is what I want to see. As long as I can get the freaking thing through it, it's fine. Oh, I'm pulling paint out now. It's just wild that I have paint in this part of it. It must be from when I'm pulling the needle out. Yeah, it's gunk to hell. I recall watching a Lila Mev video recently where she was talking about how you never want to pull your, you don't pull your needle out the back of the airbrush because it can cause paint to get where you don't want it, and that's case in point as to what's happening here. And unfortunately, this needle has a knob on the end of it, so you can only pull it out the one way. Yeah, it's fucking gunked with paint. Malleus means hammer, right ear bone. Autocorrect is fighting you hard this evening, Emery. I see it. I see your struggles. I wonder if I have some sewing needles handy. I think I do. Oh shit, I dropped it. How does one pick up a needle? Alright, let's see if I can't dig some of this stuff up. Malleus? Did you mean dot alleys? Yeah, exactly. You know, I find it really incredible how autocorrect always seems to fail to correct actual mistakes and instead does really wacky stuff. Alright, got a glob out. Dude, I cannot believe that there is paint so caked up in this portion of the airbrush. It never even occurred to me that paint might get in here. There we go. I bet this thing works fine now. Sure enough. Lord Jesus, there's a fire. Get a little more of this acetone. Give it a good clean. Magnet. I agree. I think magnet seems more accurate to what you're trying to type. Okay. And now we'll put this fucker back together. I bet the tip's not in much better shape, honestly. My spring's already in there. So let's get this thing back together. Thread it in. Put the trigger on. Trigger is also kind of cruddy, but I think it'll be fine. I need to really give this a deep clean after tonight. Actually, I need to put this mechanism in first and then put this fucker in. And then we should be able to screw in this bastich. What's the problem here? What's the problem here? There we go. Alright. Cool, 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 cool. How would I pick up a needle? Yeah, exactly. That is a great idea. And I actually have a magnet right there. Never even occurred to me. Instead, I did it the risky way. And just fumbled at it with my fingers until I picked it up. Alright, so fingers crossed this actually pushes through. You bastard. You bastard. Where's the hangout? Where's the hangout? It's right there. Alright. Let's see. Think that should do it. Oh shit. That should do it. It's moving. Alright, let's hook it up to the air compressor and spray out this acetone. Is that a good Japanese Iwata airbrush or a Badger or a Master trademark cake decorating airbrush? It is a Badger 105 Aero Patriot. I've been very pleased with this. I got it from USA Airbrush Supply for... They were half off, so I got 2 of them for $105, and it was, whoa, good deal. I've got a brand new one up there, and I upgraded to this one from a Master, and the Master, you know, it did the work for a long while, but it was time to upgrade since I use it all the time. And it was well worth it. I highly recommend this one. The only negative that I would give it is the cup size is really, really tiny, which is not usually a problem for me, but in this case, the tiny cup means a lot of refilling when you're working on bigger models. Okay, so as with any Country Fried Minis shot involving the airbrush, we're going to get this thing here and we're going to do a nice creamy close-up of filling that cup. And we're going to hook it up. Alright, fantastic. Now let's brush this here boy. Uh-oh. What's going on here? I think I just splashed it out of the cup. Another problem with the tiny cup. Hey, Camarones, I'm really starting to break down. Need some sleep now at 4:40. Thanks for the good time. I'll find today's conclusion through the algorithm. Good night. Dude, Iron Elemental, thank you for staying through. That is insane to be so late in a stream, and I am more than honored to have had you here for the stream. Thanks a lot, man. That's fantastic. Definitely, I'll share some pictures in the Discord. No pressure to come back and watch the end of this mess here. Also, disregard Nightbot. All it does is issue warnings. "5 o'clock in the morning." Now that is a late night. Which, I get it. I've been known to check out Pega's streams that kind of late since they start at 3 a.m. my time. And I always regret it the next day. Love you, Nightbot. It's just doing his job. Reminding folks that there's some kind of rules to etiquette to chat. I don't actually know. I will configure Nightbot. It's really just here to weed out people dropping, you know, racist epithets. I wouldn't sweat it. think I'm laying this primer on a little too thick. Okay. First bit. Good night, all. Take it easy and pleasant dreams, Iron Elemental. More than honored that you stuck it out so late. No pressure ever to sacrifice your body and mind for these silly streams, but your presence is more than appreciated. Most definitely. All right. Now we're going to get a nice, clean, hopefully fairly even white coat of primer all over this thing. For some reason, my my white primer is a little thin. I think it needs to be shook up better, which, you know, all the more reason to invest in that vortex mixer eventually. They're expensive. Everything's so expensive when it comes to this hobby. I don't like that part. Anyhow, feels good to finally be getting a little paint on this model after almost 4 hours of work. Jesus. What time is it? It's about 8 o'clock. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I thought I'd be like painting this thing, not just getting started. I got my vortex mixer on Amazon for $9. No shit, that is insanely cheap. I might ought to look into that myself. I need to adjust my mask real quick.
It is I think it's a bit, the elastic bands are a little worn out, I think, and it's not maintaining a good seal on my face. So I'm gonna try to balance, get these to a good length real quick, like hope I can get a tighter seal on my face. Tighter seal. Alright. Vortex mixer for $9. I'm gonna have to start looking and find something like that.
That sounds like a deal. And you know, I definitely don't always need them, but like in a case like this, I could see the use for it, because this primer just seems like it was really separated when I got it in. Maybe shaking it a little better. Suppose I could always put a stir bowl in there too. Pretty sure Army Painter sells those in the pack too. Yeah. See if we can't get another coat on here. Seems like I can actually breathe now proper in the mask. It was kind of falling off my nose, hurting a little bit. That seems a little better. You know, I realized too, I screwed up here. I could totally flat chop this thing, which I've yet to try out. And I bet I still could. You prime white and then hit it with a real hefty ink wash and then dry brush white. I wonder if that would still get the slap chopping effect. And in fact, I think that's the approach I'm going to take now that I'm sitting here thinking about how to save a little time on this here model and actually get it done. Because this video is supposed to come out this weekend. This little scaly boy needs to get done. So yeah, I think the call here, I think what we're doing is to ink wash the hell out of this model, which means it's going to need to dry. And then, damn, check out that gap. I don't know if y'all can see it, but that is a fucking heinous gap. I need to fill that. Alright, so this project, unfortunately, is going to get kicked down the road a day.
I fully underestimated how long it would take to assemble a GW model, and oh my god, am I not, like, I'm shocked. What, almost 3 hours. Another Nate, link in general to a mixer. Oh, fantastic. Thank you much. If any of y'all are finding this stream via the algorithm and checking the chat, head on over to the Discord in the description down below to get that link that Another Nate has shared for a really cheap Vortex mixer for your hobby and experience. So, I've learned a thing or two here about modern GW kits. They have a ton of parts. They are quite intimidating. I cannot believe it was so many parts. Like 50? Almost 50 parts? 40 something parts for this little boy. But we got it together. And now that I'm hitting it with a prime coat, I'm seeing some gaps that I need to fill. So I'm going to do that. I think the plan now is I'm going to let this primer dry because I admittedly laid it on a little too thick, so it needs to cure, and not spend a whole bunch of time like having y'all literally watch paint dry. And I'm going to hit it with an ink wash tonight and let that ink wash really cure in, and then I'll dry brush back up the white, and I'll be set up for a nice slap chop style base for painting tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and make the event and post it in the Discord, put a new thumbnail up. We'll stream tomorrow, same time. We'll do, I kind of like this 4 p.m. on the weekends. I'm going to stick to the 6 o'clock, 6:30 for weekday streams because of my school schedule. I'm still like, I'm getting home at 5 in the evening. So earlier doesn't work. But this has been really eye-opening, and this project is part of a collaboration with Peganeco. We'll be releasing some videos that tie into each other. Hopefully this coming weekend. That's the plan, at least. And I want to take a moment to thank all y'all for stopping by today and checking out the stream. I regret that we haven't got any actual painting done, but we're going to get some more done tomorrow. I I've been filming this whole time, so we'll get set up. We'll have the video coming out soon. We got the Octavia video coming out after that, the Battle Buddy, and the Urban Mechs. I got all that footage, and they're ready to go. I just need to edit them up. And, you know, it takes, you know, about an hour per minute of video to edit them down. So it's a ton of work. In the meantime, I put a poll up on the Discord about some art that I'm going to be streaming. I have a project coming up here for my Art 600 professional process and studio practices class. We're required to make a piece of fine art to submit to the Stillwell Gallery at San Francisco State University. If you happen to be in the San Francisco Bay Area, you can come by the campus and check it out if you want. And just a little teaser for folks who are here right now. The art that I am planning on streaming, something's gone wrong with this here. The art that I'm planning on streaming is going to be some tattoo art. I was really kind of struggling with what to do for a piece of fine art, since, you know, most of the art I do these days is miniature art, and that doesn't really work in a gallery context. So what I'll be doing is putting together a big slab of fake skin, silicone skin, and tattooing in a series of colored beetles. So if you want to check that out and see a little bit of artistic process, I'm going to be streaming that, put together the art. I might even auction the art off at the end if any of y'all are interested, but that will be expensive, just so you know. Oh, TechNorTN, quick question. What are your thoughts on Overwatch 3? Well, having never played Overwatch 1 or 2, I am coming from the assumption that Overwatch 3 will just be Overwatch 1, but trios only. Same characters, same maps, no difference, just a cash grab. Maybe some new costumes, or maybe even a rehash of old costumes. I don't actually know. In any case, I want to thank y'all for joining me today here in the bullshit corner as we get a little work done. I am, again, insanely shocked at how long it took to assemble this little boy. You know, almost 3 hours there. So we got that out of the way. Tomorrow we'll be doing the painting. I'll set it up to do a quick slap chop. We'll talk about slap chop and painting with contrast colors and using some speed painting methods to make it look really nice. In fact, I'm going to put a poll up on the Discord tonight. Excuse me. I'm going to put a poll up on the Discord tonight as to what color this little skinky boy should be. And check back in with us tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll put in probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours till it's done. And get this model done. Or try to get it done. If we don't get it done, work on it a little in the week. Get the video out on the weekend. Again, in any case, thanks for showing up. This has been a lot of fun chatting with y'all. Always a blast. Let's check out the results of the poll. We got a 44% rate who thinks Necromunda gives the best, or gives what the rest can't. That Necromunda is the best GW game. A third of folks are up for Kill Team, for scrappy squad action. And a fifth of you are for Warhammer 40k as the forever love. I'm in that boat myself, although I haven't played in a couple editions. But we'll be looking into some second edition stuff soon. In any case, I'm all over the place. And once again, like, seriously, thanks for showing up. Y'all make this all worth doing. And this is y'all's space. Just as much as it is mine. So in any case, I'll say in any case for the 10th time, and remind y'all to be happy while you're painting, and to remember that your participation and viewership of this channel makes me happy while I'm painting. So thank y'all tremendously for showing up. Take it easy, and see you around next time.